Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Oh my goodness, it has been quite a relaxing weekend. In some ways, Thursday, I had a personal training session. It's like a small group of 4 of us, but I had this training session and it was like a heavy leg day. And all weekend I've been trying to recover from that because it kicked my butt. So walking up and down the stairs has been a challenge. Just getting up and down from like chairs. That's, if you've ever done a leg day before, you know what I'm talking about. So that has been kind of my weekend, but I've been kind of relaxing as much as I can. We did a lot of walking this weekend, playing like Pokemon and stuff. I did some reading. I did finish up Caution Tape and Somewhere Beyond the Sea this weekend. So that was fun. And I am currently reading The Pumpkin Spice Cafe, I think is what it's called. Let me check. Is it up here? I'm listening to it through Speechify, but it's like a cozy mystery romance. I don't really know. I will say I don't know if I've read a book like this. I don't know. It feels different. So I'm reading that, but I also have a couple of other books that I'm going to be reading today to prepare for some other stuff this week. This first sprint though, I am going to be going to walk my dog, walking my dog, and then making some breakfast because I just rolled out of bed, took a shower, and popped up here. So that's kind of my early sprint plans, and then I will be stopping at noon Eastern time because I have a staff meeting that I have to go to, so I can't sprint while I'm doing that. But anyways, I know we have a couple of people here so far, and it's very early. I haven't done an early morning sprint in a hot minute, but we have Keiko. Hello. I'll be here till Shannon's stream and then continue writing fanfic. I hope that you have lots of productivity going on. And then we have Nicole joining. Nicole, what are you going to be up to during these sprints? It's 2 p.m. for me here. Yes, I know. The time zones are amazing. It is 8 a.m. here. So very early for me, and I'm still trying to wake up. I have had no coffee, but I've got lots of plans today. I need to actually make my to-do list because some plans I originally had changed. I was supposed to do some other work stuff today, but that stuff got canceled because insurance sucks in America. So I'm hyping the fandom right now, so I love it. And we have hello from Courtney. Courtney, what are you up to today? Are you reading, working, being productive? What are you up to? Nicole says, I'm in the office today, so I have some letters to mail out, but I'll be listening to the audiobook for Evocation while I do everything. I enjoyed that book a lot. It was my first S.T. Gibson book, and I read it at the start of June for the Amazing Readathon. So I hope that you're enjoying it as well. Let's see. I think what we're going to do today is however long the chatty bits take, we're not going to do long chatty bits, so they'll be between like 10 to 15 minutes depending on like who comes in and out of the chat. But what we'll do is, like, let's say right now if we stop chatting, we'll do a 55-minute sprint. So we'll just get like to the top of the hour. Actually, I might reverse it a tiny bit so that way when 11 something rolls around, I can be like, all right, we have like 10 minutes to chat and wrap up before I have to leave for my meeting. So that is what I will do. Let me pull this up for y'all. That is not what I wanted to do, but okay. Let me fix this because it looks a little wonky. looks wonky to me. There we go. All right, it is what it is. So we will do a 40 sprint. That'll get us to actually 8:50 my time, and then we'll have 10 minutes to chat, and then we'll start a new sprint. I don't know if this makes any sense, but it makes sense in my head. So, all right, I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Have a good sprint. Hello, hello. Hi, Neva. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am okay. Feeling a little bit more awake now that I've had a little bit of coffee and breakfast and my walk. So we had some people join us that sprint. I'm just going to say hello, and then I'll read your comments in a moment. But we had Shauna join. We have Alicia. We have Rita, Tia, and we have Ro. Lots of last names that end with like Neva, Shauna, Alicia, Rita, Tia. Ro, you messed up the whole trend there. It's okay. Anyway, so yeah, I walked my dog and got breakfast and some coffee. Didn't do any reading, and then I started doing some work stuff because I realized I never put my notes in from Friday, and I think this week is like a billing week or something. So I was trying to get ahead of the admin person being like, don't forget to put this in. And I'm like, okay, I know. Obviously, I want to get paid. Anyways, what did you get up to, Neva, or what are you up to today?
I am trying to finish that Sick Love. I have like 3 hours left of this godforsaken book. Listen, it's good. Okay, it's just so long. Like I
Mm-hmm.
just don't understand why it's so long.
How many pages is it?
496.
I don't even remember it being that long, to be honest. I just remember it being like icky because I listened to the audiobook with that one guy.
My bad. I'm hitting all the buttons today. Yeah. So it's 496 pages, which would be fine, but I feel like it's only as long as it is because of how much smut there is, which like is fine, except that I feel like the smut is very repetitive.
Yeah.
And so after like the fourth time of them doing the same thing, I just don't care
That's
anymore.
my big pet peeve with books that are very long that have repetitive smut scenes. It's like, I get it. There are only so many ways you can lick someone up and down, but like, can we change it up a little bit? Can we do something else?
Right, but we've done this same position, the same thing 1,000 times. And like I understand that like she is for most of the book, she's like restrained while they're doing things because it's not necessarily
I don't know how Neva does this. She'll switch back and forth between having a conversation with someone else and then come back here and know exactly what she's talking about. And then the whole time she hears what you're saying here.
sorry.
You're good.
Um what was I saying?
She's like restrained or
She's
something.
restrained for most of the for like a good portion of the book because it's not like most of the acts in this book are not consensual, so please look into that. Um but then like once it becomes consensual-ish, they're doing like the same thing, and I'm like, come on, bro, relax. Like, can you do something
All I'm
else?
gonna say, Neva, is that I think you're gonna like caution tape.
Okay, that is on my October TBR. I put it on my must read because I need to start reading more smut books because I want to do like a month, like a wrap up for Patreon that's just smut.
Mm-hmm.
But like if I'm not reading the smut, then I can't do that.
Yeah,
You
that
know?
one, it's
So
nice and short. Like it's 256 pages, I think,
okay.
something like that. And it's just completely unhinged. Like you got some smut, but it's just like, what are we
Crazy.
doing?
Yeah,
It's
so
crazy.
that's on my must read list. And then of course I'll spin for a Kindle Unlimited book probably. But my game changes this month because of Leandra's TBR Harvest.
Right.
I'm doing the trick or treat one because Brittany was like, just do trick or treat and then put all the prompts on a wheel.
Oh, okay.
It looks that way. And I was like,
yeah, I'm doing this one. The what is it? Escape the Corn Maze.
Yeah.
With the collecting the kitty cats, and I was like, okay, how am I gonna do this? Because like you have to go a certain route to collect all the kitty cats. So I was like, okay, I'll figure it out.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm doing the trick or treat version since I'm also co-hosting for Margaret. So I was like, how can I do both things at the same time?
I know it's like sometimes we have these plans or ideas of like, okay, I know I can do 2 readathons at once, but then sometimes you sit down and you're like, all right, now what books did I say I'm going to buddy read with people? What books do I want to read? What books are going to fit these prompts and the multiple prompts? Me and Bree actually sat down last month and planned that out. We were like, okay, let's look at this readathon's prompts and let's look at that one's, and then let's see if any of these books will fit. Well, like we started with our mandatory reads, like our book club reads, and then we went from like, all right, what do we want to read this month? It was tough.
Yeah, that's what I did with Rainey, Kelsey, and Brittany. I was like, do we have any buddy reads for October? Someone speak up now if we have buddy reads. Because I need to know so I can work them in, especially because we are working through the tandem read.
Oh, yeah.
For Throne of Glass.
Yes.
Queen of Shadows? Absolutely not. But I'm giving myself to the end of the month to finish Queen of Shadows. I think Rainey has finished it at this point. But Rainey and I still have to read ACOTAR, and Rainey's farther in ACOTAR than I am. I've only read the first 2 books. I think she's got like the last book to read. So I was like, at this point, I'm going to be reading Sarah J. Maas.
Yeah.
All the way through 2025. But that's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. I also decided to do, I'm like in a Patreon for Sarah at Wicked Reading, and she's doing horror bingo for the year. So this weekend I went and pulled my, like, every horror book I own, and it's literally, you can't see it because it's off screen, but the pile is this high on my desk because of how many books are, it's a year-long thing. So it's not like I had to read them all this next month, but I'm like, all right, from these books, now I got to pick what's going to fit with like TBR Harvest, and what am I still going to be interested in like February, like, because I'm not going to want to read horror in February unless it's something like kind of on theme, maybe like a dark romance horror or something.
Right.
So, like, I'm not trying to read it in February.
Listen, I read it in 2022? Rainey wanted to read it in a week, and I didn't realize that she DNF'd it. So I read it in a week, and I gave it 5 stars, but I could not tell you what happened in that book because it felt like a fever dream.
I'm nervous just because of how big it is. I'm going to try to read it next month, but we'll see. I have all year to read it. Okay, let's see what people have been up to. We have Shauna currently listening to the audiobook for Serpent and the Wings of Night and doing some diamond painting. Shauna, remind me if this is your first time reading this series, because I know, I know you picked this up the other day. And Alicia said, taking the kiddos to school, then I'll be reading It Starts With Us to finish it out before I switch to my nonfiction, Breaking Free from Broke. Ooh, okay. Sounds like a financial wellness kind of book, like, I don't know, kind of getting yourself into a good routine with money. Rita's grabbing coffee, sitting down to schedule this week's armchair chats. Very fun. Tia's working and listening to The Blighted Stars by Megan O'Keefe. I hope you're enjoying it. Don't forget to hydrate. I forgot all weekend to hydrate, and I felt like crap for it. Nicole said, I was able to listen to 3 chapters, and I'm enjoying Evocation so far. Hello, Shannon. Made friends with the like button. I believe Shannon's about to go live right now. Anouk said, finished my audiobook One by One by Frida McFadden. We'll be reading Powerless by Lauren Roberts as a physical read next sprint. Very nice. Laura's here, just popping in to say, oh my gosh, just popping into like the hug button and say hi. My brain is like, cannot do this like the hug button thing. Jen says, good morning. I'll be reading The Last by Hannah Jameson today. I don't know what this one's about. Let us know. How is it? Physical media collector, hello. I've been reading Stephen King's Fairy Tale and also A House at the Bottom of a Lake and the Middle of the Night. So lots of like thriller mystery stuff. Yes, first time reading it and I'm loving it. Definitely a 5-star. So my plan was this weekend to reread it, the first book. Well, to read the whole series, but the first book would be a reread for me. I did not do that because I engaged in other life stuff, and that's fine. So it's still on my TBR for this fall, but I got sidetracked doing other stuff. So all good.
You have to finish the series too. I read the first book, and I gave it 4.25 stars, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gave it 4 point something stars. I really liked it.
But I own the second book. I mean, really, I'm just probably gonna read it on Kindle Unlimited. But I need to read the second book because like then I need to read what is the novella? Six Scorched Roses before the third book, the third actual book comes out.
I think it comes in November, right?
I think so. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, same. I have it. I don't know if you knew, but it's the third book is on NetGalley as a request book.
I might go look.
So, in case anyone didn't know, there you go. Alicia just got back from doing kiddo school drop-off, ready to eat breakfast and read. Very fun. The last is a dystopian thriller. It's all right so far. Okay. I don't know why, but I was like, oh, this sounds like a romance. Nope. Nope. Okay, so we're going to get into our next sprint. I'm doing it kind of backwards, Neva, so like we have at least 10-ish minutes or so to chat at the end of the hour. Does that make sense? Right. So like 9:50 or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I have a staff meeting at 12 my time, so I need to like be off by then. Okay, so 37, 47. I think that gets us to 50. All right, we will see you guys in 47 minutes. Happy sprinting. Hello, hello. How did everybody's sprint go? I pretty much spent that whole sprint fixing up the sprint spreadsheet and like adding November and December dates because people start scheduling really far ahead in advance. And then just been listening to the Pumpkin Spice Cafe. I'm at 34% and I'm kind of like bored. Like I know, I guess it's supposed to be cozy, but it was very predictable what this ghost was. Um, they're just boring. I don't know. Like the two main characters who are like falling in love are kind of boring. Did you read this one, Neva?
I haven't read it yet. I don't know if I'm going to because I'm pretty sure Brittany read it and also didn't like it. And so I'm kind of like, do I really? I'm not. Here's the thing: is like I'm not really a cozy person. Like it has to hit a certain way for me to enjoy
Yeah.
a cozy. So like I like the Finley Donovan series, which would technically be considered cozy, and like Legends and Lattes. I love those books, but like cozies have to hit a certain way for me, or they don't work.
Yeah, and I thought like, oh, it's kind of we're getting into the fall weather and the fall vibes, and I'm like, that's cozy. This book is just it's not giving. But it's so short that I'm just gonna probably finish it. And I also just need to know like what happens.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
whatever. What'd you get up to?
I made it to 74%, so I have 2.5 hours of this book left. Thank God. I will finish it today. Like I'm not
That's
like
good.
I do not care. Like it can take me all day to read the last 2.5 hours of this book. I'm finishing it today. I mean, it's not a bad book. Like it's honestly, it'll probably be 5 stars. It's just if it was shorter, I'd probably give it 6 stars. Because honestly, like I feel like it's written pretty well. I mean, there's typos in it, but like it's a Kindle Unlimited book, so it is what it is. Like I feel like sometimes
Yeah.
when you read things actually on Kindle Unlimited that are not like that are independently or self-published, they will correct it in like the actual print book but not necessarily in the ebook. So I don't tend to judge off of that unless they're just like egregious typos.
Yeah.
Like there's
Have
a
you read
couple.
anything else by this author?
No, this is the first book I've read by
Okay.
her, but of course now like Kindle Unlimited is pushing like all of her books to me. So I mean, I would continue to read this author. Like I feel like she writes well. I just feel like it's so long. And I
Yeah.
clearly read longer books. Okay, I read Pucking Around. Okay, that book is like almost 800 pages. But I feel like it's the pacing for me. Like because I feel like at this point, 74% in, I'm like, okay, we could have ended this book like 20% ago, and like I would have felt fine. Like we could have gotten rid of some of the like repetitive smut scenes and just had a conclusion and it would have been fine. But I will say if this thing has 2 epilogues, I'm gonna scream.
I don't remember, to be honest. This
Oh
is
my
actually
God.
one of the only books I have ever been so lit about that I returned it to Amazon. Like, because I got the physical book. And
Yeah.
usually I don't do that. Like, because I know that with indie books in particular, a lot of times that takes a hit on the author side. And I was just like, I can't have, and I wasn't really like, I knew about Pango, but I don't know why I didn't put it on there. I think I was just like, this book gives me such ick vibes that I was like, I need it away from me.
Yeah, it probably didn't help that it was
Yeah,
narrated by
that dude.
that one man. If you can call him that. Yeah, I feel like if I had listened to the audiobook and then found out that's who was narrating the male part, it would also give me the ick. It's not really giving me the ick, but I'm just reading it with my eyeballs. So like it's not anything that I haven't read before.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I think that just severely messed up my liking of that book. I mean, I would try stuff like her other works. I'm not going to let that one experience deter me from reading her other books because I hear some good things about her other works. So
yeah, I just tend to be a dark romance reader who doesn't listen to the audiobooks of dark romance. There's like some exceptions, I suppose. Like I did listen to Butcher and Blackbird before knowing that the male author was problematic. And I did try to listen to Leather and Lark, but my problem was it was too much of like a graphic audio that I was like,
yeah, I've heard.
But like true dark romance, because I feel like with like Bryn Weaver, at least those two books, there's a lot of comedy in them. I'm reading That Sick Love. That's by Jessie Hall. That I could get past the fact that like there was also dark romance, so like it didn't bother me. And like romance in general doesn't bother me to listen to it, but I tend to just prefer to read dark romance with my eyes anyway. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times I don't know who narrates what dark romance because I get it off Kindle Unlimited, and unless it comes with the audiobook or the audiobook is free on Audible, I don't like part of your subscription or whatever.
Yeah.
I just read it on my Kindle because it's Kindle Unlimited, so it's practically free, right?
Mm-hmm. Caution Tape was actually one of the first books in a long time that I read physically with my eyes that it didn't have any audio for. So I read the entire book like with my eyeballs, and I let the words sink in.
I actually thought that I listened to way more audiobooks than I do, but I'm still at like 60 to 75% of ebooks. So I was like, oh, okay, well that's fine. But
I just have shelf trophies.
I read a lot in bed though. I think that's why. Because like at night I read on my Kindle.
Yeah. Let's see. Next month I want to read Autumn Crow and Autumn Crow High. I have never heard of these books.
Me either. They sound fun.
Rita got the author interview scheduled, now posting stuff. And then we had a bunch of people join us, like Elena, hello. Sadia, hello. She also said hello to Neva. Nicole joined us. Hope you're well. Booping the like and wishing you happy reading. This reminds me, I did update the description to include Neva. So if you're not subscribed to Neva, make sure you go over there and hit that subscribe button. We also had Brittany join us. Brittany is editing. Good morning. And saying hello to Alicia as well. Paco's here, up at an ungodly hour at the airport. Are you going somewhere or are you picking up somebody? Good morning, Kiana. Getting the kids off to school. I'll be starting Death Note 1. Very fun. I switched to watching YouTube and doing my diamond painting. Neva, are you working on a diamond painting currently?
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull out the...
I am working on one, but I can't really show y'all what it is because it's covered by contact paper. I'll give you like a little bit of it.
Okay, so I cleared off part of the table out here. So I'm working on the Doctor Who one again because I never actually finished it. I started this in like January and I didn't really have a space to work on it because it's pretty big. And it's like a stained glass one, so it's like it's like that.
Oh, very cool.
It's the David Tennant Doctor Who.
I love David Tennant.
So that's
what I'm doing.
And when I finish
like a one.
Ooh, I like that one.
So I've only done like down here and this side. So I just took off the contact paper for y'all.
Yeah, once I finish this one, then I'll go back to the Loki one. But I just don't have a taste for squares right now. So I was like, I'll just finish this giant round and then I'll do the giant square.
So I bought my first really, really big one, like really big. And I'm actually I'm going on vacation next week. So I was like, oh, I hope that it gets delivered. it's getting delivered like 2 days after I leave. So I'm like, great. We're going to the beach, and I'm like, okay, great. I'm gonna be at the beach. It's probably gonna rain all week, and we just got like there's some news articles now because we go down to like Ocean City, Maryland. Apparently, there is I don't even know what it's not really an advisory, but like people can't go on the beach right now because there is medical waste washing up on the shore all along the Maryland coast and Delaware coast where we like stay at the beach.
Wow.
So yeah, and it's like they said it was like needles and stuff too. And I was like, ooh, well, we're gonna have to be real cautious out there because you don't want to be stepping on needles.
Right.
You know? And they don't know when the beach is going to be opening back up. So I was like, dang, that would have been real nice to work on all week. So I guess what I'll do is I'll just bring like, these ones are tiny. These are like, you know, they're not tiny, but you know what I mean. They're like really small compared to the big one that I bought. And I was like, I'll just bring like 3 or 4 of these and then.
Yeah, I have
books.
I bought like a case like not last year, but the year before. Or was it last year? Yeah, it was last year. I bought like a travel case because I have some paint gem minis, and I don't work on those at my house because I mean they are like small. They're like the size of a picture frame.
Oh yeah.
But I have bought I think 2 packs. So I had bought like a Christmas pack because I came to visit my family during Christmas, and then I bought a 90s pack, I think. And I brought those like when I traveled from Indiana to here. I brought those with me just in their little travel case because Ari and I took the bus. So I was able to work on them like a Greyhound. I was able to work on them on the Greyhound. And then I like worked. I mean, I still have a bunch of them left, but I also like worked on them whenever I had like a feeling to diamond paint. But now I just take them like if I know we're like going to a restaurant or something. Because they're small enough, even though they're square, they're small enough that even like Ari can do them.
Oh, okay.
And so I'll like if we're like sitting at a restaurant or whatever, instead of bringing like crayons and stuff, I'll just bring that and let her diamond paint.
See, my thought with this ginormous one is that like last year or the year before, I brought a 2,000 piece puzzle. And I was like, okay, we all pitched in and worked on it, and we literally were working on it up until the like last 20 minutes of us leaving. And we had one of those big roll up puzzle things. But I said, oh, it'd be really cool if like I got this big one and left it out on like there's a big dining room table at the beach house, and just like people could work on it. Like I don't care if they mess it up.
Everybody could just work on like a corner of it or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, it'd be kind of cool. Like, especially if some of these people haven't ever done diamond painting before. It's just like a fun family activity. So whatever. Brittany was also bored in the Pumpkin Spice Cafe. Yeah, I remember you saying this. Ate breakfast, had a phone call with Dad, and read 5 pages. Very nice. Listening to Ruthless Vows. This is like one of my favorite book series.
I need to read Ruthless Vows. Divine Rivals was in my whole personality at this point.
Oh, I love that book.
But I read it.
Listened to another 3 chapters. I'm so intrigued. Oh, sorry.
You're fine. I read it last year and then promptly bought myself a bag so I could pretend to be a war correspondent. So,
oh, I love that.
We're not going to talk about it. Okay, it was a time in my life. But I actually still do use that bag. It's a very nice bag.
I paid a ridiculous amount to get the Fairy Loot edition of Divine Rivals because I wasn't a Fairy Loot member yet. And I was like, I have to have this. This is my favorite book. Like, it is what it is. But Nicole is intrigued to know if evocation is poly, but I assume that that might be a spoiler. I will not spoil anything for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it. I have to decide when.
Oh. Sorry. What'd you say, Neva?
I said I am gonna read Ruthless Vows. I own it, but I just have to figure out when.
Yeah, it's definitely, to me, I don't know. Maybe because I read it in like the fall, winter, that's the vibes that I feel from it.
Yeah, that's what I got from Divine Rivals too. But I think I read it last year in October.
Mm-hmm.
So
Jen read a few chapters and got coffee. Let's see, listening to Take a Hint, Danny Brown, and having breakfast. Oh, these books, Autumn Crow and
Autumn Crow High.
Autumn Crow High. They were written by a YouTuber named Cameron Chaney. I'm sorry, I'm also like lagging for some reason. So my thing's not clicking right. Paco is going to DC for a week. Paco, I live like 20 minutes from DC. I'm diamond painting too, a cute black witch with an owl. I love it. Hello, Anna. Just coming to say hi and hit the like button because I have to study all day. That is not fun. But I hope studying goes well and you have a beautiful day as well. Oh no, I'm going to Ocean City next weekend. I hope the beaches are better then. Are we go? So I'm going next week as well. We're going from the 21st through the 29th. So gotta run. Thanks for the sprints. Got done what I needed. Hubs and I are headed to the gym. Very nice, Rita. Have a good gym sesh. I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm pretty close to the DC border. It's weird. I have to like go very like roundabout way to get into DC because of the Potomac River that runs right through like Maryland, Virginia, and DC. So like there's only like one bridge that crosses, like that you can cross into. But yeah, let me know if you got free time. We could meet up. All right, I think that's the end of the comments. Oh, Jen said I'll be there the 26th to the 30th going to the Oceans Calling Music Fest. Ooh, I'll have to look into this, see if anybody wants to go. Hopefully it doesn't get rained out or anything. Will do. Okay, so let's do 42 minutes. Is that right? I'm always sitting here like questioning my math.
We're readers, not mathematicians.
Right? Okay. It would be easier if I was trying to get to the top of the hour because I'd be like, oh, 52 minutes. But I'm doing it like the backwards way right now because I have that stupid meeting that starts at 12. So, all right. So this is our second to last sprint. All right, we'll see you in 42 minutes. Hello, hello. How did everybody's sprint go? I listened to the Pumpkin Spice Cafe, 38% in, still bored. I also watched Nell's video because I was so bored of this book, and watched her like reactions, I guess, to a couple of books that she read for the, what is it, followers pick her reads or something. I'll post the video for you guys. So this is the video, but basically she read books for one of the factions, and we didn't know, like, we were just picking emojis and stuff. So I watched that, and Nell is so funny. I love watching her videos. How did you do, Neva?
Oh, I read another chapter of this book, and then I realized I hadn't planned my week yet. I usually do that on Fridays, and I didn't do it on Friday, so I did that really quick. But it's done now, so thank God.
You just reminded me I need to do that too.
Because I knew, because I took my iPad out and I was like looking at my planner page, and I was like, did I not plan my week? And then I was like, well, it's fine. I just don't plan my week this week. And then I was like, girl, if you do not plan your week, you are gonna get nothing done.
Yeah, so this is a week that we have to like clean the house and stuff, and make sure it's nice and clean, so when you come back from vacation, it's not more chaotic.
Right.
All that good stuff. Yeah. We had some people join us. We had Elise's, we had Saluna. Hello, friends, joining in for some midnight reading, as I can't sleep with my nerve pain. But yay for sprint friends and reading. I hope that you feel better, Saluna. And reading is such a good distraction, especially reading in sprints. Currently working through Fallen by Lauren Kate, and I'm 60% in. Let me see what this is. I finally pulled up my Goodreads. Ooh. This cover is cute. It is giving, don't ask why, but like the cover is giving Evanescence vibes. Let me show you. Hold on. I'll just pull it up. Is it not?
Oh yeah, I've seen that cover before too.
Like,
but yeah, it definitely does.
Maybe it's like, oh, that's not what I was looking. That's Amy Lee. But like this album cover.
Yeah.
That's what it's giving. I don't know. It's just something about it. Okay. I hope that you're liking it. Good morning, Nell. How are you? I hope you're feeling better. We also have Amal here. Hello. Eating shawarma and reading Wish You Were Here by Jodi Picoult for Sufferathon. Going to find a book with B or curse in the title. What is I've heard about Sufferathon, but I don't know anything about it. Do you know, like, what's the goal?
I know pages involved with it. I've never actually, I think it's pages with page. Jesus Christ. I think it is pages readathon.
Okay. I'm gonna have to go look.
I've never actually done Sufferathon just because it feels like, I know the premise kind of, but it feels overwhelming to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna go look at what it does look like. It's pages. So are you actually suffering? Or is this just kind of like the name?
I think that the point of it is I believe it's competitive. I could be wrong, but I believe the point is the hosts do tasks that make them suffer, or certain things make the readers suffer. I'm not quite sure, but I looked into it like not last year, I don't think, but maybe the year before. The first year that I did Pangathon, I also looked into Sufferathon because they happen like right after each other, like right, consecutively. And I was like, this seems like a lot.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to do also like other readathons, like Mystic.
Yeah. So I've never actually done Sufferathon.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna put this on my watch later. My watch later list is so low right now. I'm just like begging people to put stuff out because I have nothing to watch. Chose Beyond the Moonlit Sea on YouTube, but you peeps are connected to the TV, so I better use another device. So does that mean we have to be rated G or PG, Amal? We're on the family TV. Hello, Kellen. Just showed up for sprints. Currently reading Project Hail Mary, but might be reading something else next sprint. Finished my diamond painting, and now I'm thinking of maybe finishing editing for my August wrap-up video. Very nice. I realized last night that I like sometimes forget that I recorded videos and started editing them, and then if I don't finish editing in that moment, I forget. So last night I was sitting here finishing books and I was like, oh yeah, I was working on some videos and I just didn't care to like finish them. So I might do that later this week. Made it to chapter 14, so page 123 of 320 of It Starts With Us. How are you liking it? Started laundry and continued editing. Very nice. I only read a few pages, but my BFF called, so I chatted with her for a bit. I love that. Thanks, Vanessa. Missed the beginning of this chatty bit, but I saw the link, so thank you. Yes, it was a fun video to watch, and I have been recommended that second book that you read, and I know we have similar reading tastes, so I'm kind of like, I don't think I would be interested in it as well. I listened to another 3 chapters and things are getting interesting. Definitely really intrigued to know more. I'm so glad you're liking the book. Oh yeah, you're right. I see the similar vibes. It's a book that exists, managing enough to get through. Yeah, that's how I feel about this pumpkin spice book. It exists. Somebody likes it, I'm sure. Somebody probably has rated this book 5 stars, but I'm like, it might be getting a 2 for me. Amal, how about A Curse So Dark and Lonely? So far, it's meh. I will finish it, though, hopefully today. I liked It Starts With Us just because I loved Atlas, and I liked seeing more of Atlas.
That book was so unnecessary. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like, as a person who did like It Ends With Us, like, I gave that book 5 stars, and I've reread it and still giving it 5 stars. It to me, it was a money grab, bro. I didn't need to know any of truthfully, I didn't need to know any of Atlas's backstory. I knew enough of his backstory, and I felt like It Starts With Us like ruined it for me.
Yeah, it definitely was a money grab. And I heard you guys' whole conversation Friday, I think it was on Brittany's channel, where it was like the nail polishes, the apparel, all that stuff. Like, good for Coho for trying to expand her business and her wealth. Bad marketing decisions with certain things like coloring books and naming nail polishes after domestic. Yeah. No, thank you. That, honestly, when she came out with the nail polishes, like the coloring book, okay, yeah, that was bad, but she took it down. I think she took it back pretty quickly.
She did. Well, she took it down in like 3 or 4 days, but that's only because she got the backlash she did.
Yes.
I feel like if she hadn't gotten, because she didn't really get a lot of backlash when it came to like the merch line that was $300 for a full set, or because they were 99 cents or 99 cents, $99 a piece. Like, each piece was $99. And then she didn't really get any backlash when it came to the nail polishes, at least not that I saw. It's possible that there were, I mean, I'm sure there were like obscure people that I don't follow that did, but she was getting backlash from her fans with the coloring book. And I think that's the only reason that it got taken down, was because she got the amount of backlash that she did. Because I think that she went, I mean, I don't care really about the merch line doesn't really bother me, to be honest, like, because she had the Lily Blooms like t-shirts and sweatshirts out before the big merch line, and that merch line that was $99 per piece, it was like $99 for the sweatpants, $99 for the shirt, $99 for the crew neck. Those were there was one set for every book that she's written.
Oh,
It
wow.
was not only It Ends With Us. So like there was because I went and looked to see how much it was because I wanted to buy the Verity set, and then I was like, I'm not paying $300 for that. Like,
Yeah.
absolutely not. But she did one like full outfit for each book. The only stuff that she really had that was like specifically It Ends With Us was the Lily Bloom stuff. And that stuff was cheaper too. Like I would like almost buy the Lily Bloom t-shirt because it was a pretty like standard price for a merch t-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
The nail polish.
Yeah, the moment she did the nail polish,
I don't remember the nail polish having any like outlandish names to it, which is why I think I
let's see.
I kind of was like, okay, I guess, and then just didn't really buy from that company for a little while because I buy their press-ons. But I don't remember it having any like crazy names for any of the specific ones. But the coloring book was crazy, bro. The coloring book was diabolical.
The color names look like Brave Blush, Lily Blooms, Atlas, Corrigan, Same Day Next Year, Diner Date is how it's spelled. Perfect Pinwheel, Island Time. Yeah, those are the ones. No, it was, I think, what you guys had said.
If I remember correctly, some of the nail polish, like Perfect Pinwheel, was not It Ends With Us. Perfect Pinwheel had to do with Heart Bones, I think.
Oh yeah, it says for her best-selling books.
I think that's why the nail polish line and the merch line didn't bother me as much, is because some of the nail polish was based off of other books. Like she did like a book line for the nail polish, and she did like a book line for the merch. But the coloring book was specifically It Ends With Us. Like it was called the It Ends With Us coloring book, and had like
she could have done like Lily Bloom's coloring book, and it'd been flowers.
Flowers, right? Like you could have
fine.
Come out with a coloring book that had to do with It Ends With Us and just been better about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. I feel this way now. I liked It Starts With Us. I don't remember it, but I remember liking it. Yeah, I do remember liking I just liked Atlas, and he definitely was better than Ryle. You gave it what?
Atlas is definitely better than Ryle, but also I gave it 3 stars because I just felt I was like, we got a good ending. Like we got like a women empowerment ending at the end of It Ends With Us, and then you gave It Starts With Us, and I feel like everything. Then she ended up with Atlas, which I feel like we could have come to the conclusion that maybe one day she would end up with Atlas anyway. But then like you threw it in our face that she ended up with Atlas, so now I'm like, okay, so we're supposed to believe at the end of It Ends With Us that she doesn't need a man.
I think I would have been happy with like a extended epilogue or something.
Yeah, like, we didn't need a whole book.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, so I'm kind of like, I'm not anti Colleen Hoover right now. It's just I feel very icked by some of the decisions.
She's definitely problematic, bro. Like I'll say that. She's definitely like a problematic author.
Yeah, I don't really buy her books anymore. Like they were great for when I first started reading again, or getting back into reading, because they're very like quick bingeable books. But now I'm kind of like I'm not going out of my way to buy them right now. Nell does not recommend one of the books in her video. You'll have to watch it to find out which one. And sorry if you can hear stuff outside. The trash trucks are coming by right now. Switched books. Now listening to Blood Mercy by Vela Roth. Got to page 25 of Death Note number 1. We got a hey from Tia. And hey, back at y'all. Lots of highs. Courtney showed up. Hello. Hello to Nightbot too. Hello, everybody saying hi to everybody. Plus Nightbot. This is so funny. I remember the little boy. Yes, his story was sad and then got better by the end, obviously. I don't remember what Lily even did in that book. She
did a whole. Here's the thing. I think that book was a whole bunch of nothing. Like it was just Lily like trying to be like, it was Lily being friends still with Ryle's sister, which like is fine.
Yes.
that's what you choose to do. And then we got some glimpses into the two of them trying to co-parent, which like, okay, I don't care about that. And then there was like a scene, I remember there being like a scene where Ryle tried to like, I don't remember if they tried to fight or if he was just trying to like intimidate Atlas. And I was just like, what is the point?
It was a lot of Ryle being upset at Atlas.
Yeah, this like it's just the stupidest crap I've ever read in my life. Like I was just like, I don't understand. I was like, I don't even understand why we got this book.
Mm-hmm.
It just didn't really make a lot of sense to me.
I remember a lot more of like Atlas and the little boy. I don't know if he's little. He's probably like a teenager, but the one who was like, he kind of like took him in and saw him. Was it his little brother?
Yeah, it was his brother.
Okay, yeah, he like took him in because the mom was doing.
Person. But we got that his mom was a terrible person in the first book.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I was just like, what? Like, why? Like,
extended epilogue was all we needed.
That's all we needed. You could have just given us an extended epilogue where you said that they end up together, or an extended epilogue where we get like all of Atlas's backstory, because like we meet Atlas's mom, but I didn't care about it because she only came around because she wanted money or something, and I was and to give him his brother, and I was like, I don't even understand why we needed this.
So Luna, I don't blame you. I probably would suggest like Verity is a good book. I liked Verity. It's got very good like fall spooky vibes.
Yeah, Coho did get me back into reading in 2020, and then I bought every book that she has.
Yeah.
So at some point, I will read the rest of her backlist just because I own it.
Same, but I think I'm like unhauling them as I read them.
But I'm just like, the only ones I care to really keep are Verity and It Ends With Us, and that's because I have collector's editions in both of those, and I did like those books. The rest of them like are fine. I gave some of them 5 stars, and like, but I don't know on reread that they would hold up.
Yeah. Hello, Courtney's Kitchen. Maybe that's why I liked it. I could probably relate to Atlas coming in and dealing with baby mama, daddy drama, but really all I remember was the little boy.
Here's the thing. I also have dealt with baby daddy drama, and I just don't care to read about it.
Yeah.
And especially when it's somebody that is like Ryle, who thinks that he's intimidating because he beats on women. Like, give me a break, bro.
Yeah. I have Verity, but none of her other books, and that's okay.
It really is. You're not really missing that much.
Yeah, to be honest. I'm not like trying to trash on Colleen. I just, there's better books.
If she was at like a book thing, I'd probably, like, if I knew she was going to be at like a book thing that I went to, I would bring my books and get them signed.
Actually, you know what's funny? You say that. I'm going to a Polycon next year, and I think I'm having brunch with her.
I mean, I'm not going to be like, wow, you are a problematic author. Like, there are plenty of authors that like I have their books that I wouldn't necessarily read anything else by them, but if they were at a thing, I would bring my books and get them signed just because like that's what you do at a book signing. But like Colleen Hoover is not an author that I like recommend to people. Like if people ask me if they should read it, I'm like, you can read whatever you want, but like I need you to go into Colleen Hoover understanding that while her books are being put in the contemporary romance section, she's not a contemporary romance author. She's like I don't really like this, but I guess it's a thing, like a chick lit, like where she's like a contemporary author who has romantic subplots, but they're all toxic romances.
Yeah.
Like Magnolia Parks is more of a romance that like Jessa Hastings writes romance. It's toxic, okay? But she'll tell you it's toxic. Colleen Hoover, in my opinion, doesn't write romance. She writes contemporary stories that have some kind of romance subplot in it, and sometimes unnecessary spice. Verity, I'm looking at you. There was no reason. I didn't need the spiciness in that book. Like you could have taken them out and it would have been the same story.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh.
I totally forgot I was going to that brunch thing with Colleen Hoover, though. Now I'm laughing at that.
I'm sure she's a very nice woman.
Yes.
Just relax on what you write. Yeah.
I probably won't keep all of co-host books when I'm done reading them. I will decide when I finish each one. I will keep Verity and Ugly Love. That's it so far.
I did like Ugly Love.
I did too.
But I think I liked Ugly Love because I could relate to Miles, and a lot of people don't like Miles. A lot of people find him to be extremely whiny, which, like, I get that. But I also read Ugly Love after my mom died, and I think that's why I related to Miles, is because he also has that, like, trauma.
Mhm.
I that trope really do, but it's just because my mom said it's fine. And yeah, bro, it was all unnecessary. There were like 3 or 4 sex scenes in that book for no reason, and like you had to bite the headboard right where it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with
So
you?
weird. It's like she was trying to dip her toe into maybe some
It's
not
so
even dark
weird,
romance,
bro.
but like
Listen, that whole book I read it in less than 24 hours, and I read half of it on a plane. And to be honest, Verity is the reason that I can read like smut and like fucked up books, unhinged books, without like making any faces. Like, you'll never know what I'm reading. Like, I will giggle out loud at like cute rom-com scenes, but if I'm reading smut, bro, you'll have no idea. Like, you'll think that I'm reading a nonfiction. I look so serious, and it's because of Verity. Because I read it on a plane. I read half of it on a plane, and I was sitting next to an old lady the entire time, and I was like, this woman cannot know. Because I knew if I made any reaction, she'd be like, "Oh, honey, what are you reading?" No.
No, I think I related to Ugly Love just because, like, before I met my current partner, in my 20s, was with this dude. It was like it wasn't even toxic. It was just like a lot of naivete on my part, and a lot of when I look back, I'm like, oh, I was very frustrated because like I was being dumb.
Yeah.
So I feel like I really related to, what was her name, Tate? I think her name's Tate.
Yeah, I did like Ugly Love, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, my 20s were also toxic, so it is what it is.
Also working my way through God of Malice, Neva. It's so dark, but I'm loving it. Just a little hint for people. This Matella announcement is coming out soon. It was supposed to come out this weekend, but I was sidetracked by other things. And this might be a book that we're going to read next month.
I'm going back to I'm picking up God of Malice after I finish that sick love today. I'm like 35% through it, and honestly, like, it's great. Like, it's good. I mean, it's unhinged. The dude is a true psychopath. Okay, he's talking about using things that should never be used as lubricant in the second chapter. So,
I'm here for this. By the way, Smatella is an 18 and up event.
Read your trigger warnings. Thank you.
Yes. So if you are 13 and in my chat, I am sorry. You should not be there for Smatella.
I was gonna say, you can change it in the back office.
Yes,
to 18 and up.
I've done that, but people still get through. It happened in April.
Yeah, I find that too, because they'll lie about how old they are to YouTube.
Yep.
But what I did was I would just kick people that I like, because you can kick them out of the, like, mute them or whatever. And if I knew for a fact that they were underage, because I had a couple that found their way into unhinged podcast chats, and I would just mute them. So they could watch it, but they couldn't actually interact with anybody.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that.
I think the only way you can like actually kick them out is to block them, and I didn't necessarily want to do that because like I do have some content that they can watch.
Yeah.
But I was like, last thing I need is your.
It's like a little uncomfortable too, because like some people would be chatting to me directly, and I was like, I don't want to chat with like a 14-year-old. That's weird.
Right. And then I'm like, I don't need your mom to like come in here and see you watching this and then like come in my chat and be like, So I was like, I'll just mute you and then you can't do anything.
Yep. People would know I'm reading God of Malice. My jaw is open and dropping half the time. Also, shout out
with a straight face.
Shout out to the pre-series for questionable lube.
Yeah, God of Malice is even more questionable.
I'm here for this.
Than Priest, to be honest. So
I have to message you. I'll message you in private chat, Neva, or do you want me to? I'll do Instagram. It's fine.
Whatever you want.
Okay. Anyways, we're gonna do one more sprint. So this one will be 30 minutes. So that way we have like 15 minutes to wrap up and stuff. I know it's like a little bit of a shorter sprint, but y'all will be okay. Okay. All right. Gotta share the screen again. Happy sprinting, everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome back from our last sprint. How did everybody do? So I got up to 48% in the pumpkin spice cafe, and we finally had like our first steamy scene. I'm like, it's not even spice. It's like, oh, we kissed
Steam.
instantly. And then we were maybe gonna go up to her apartment, but we got, distracted by something else.
As happens in books.
How did you do?
I am at 80% of this book.
Getting closer.
I am determined to finish this book today because I cannot take this book into a whole new week. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even really want it to get to Monday. Like I wanted to finish it over the weekend. I just didn't really have time to like really sit down and like focus in and just finish it.
Mm-hmm.
But Brian's at work, Ari's at school, so I need to just finish it like before Ari gets home from school at 3:00. Because I mean, I can finish it like if I have like 5 minutes left, I'll stay at the bus stop and finish it. But it needs to be done before dinner time because I'm ready to move on. It's fine. Like the book is fine. Like the book, like I keep saying this, but like I will probably give this book 5 stars. Like it's just very long. And so there is a point where it started to like drag for me, where I'm like, I no longer care. Like, can we just get revenge and move on? Thank you so much.
Yes. Well, I think that you will get it done today because you have that dedication and motivation to finish it. And I feel the same way about my book. Like I started it last night, knowing that I wasn't going to finish it yesterday, but I definitely thought it would go a little bit quicker because it's not a long book. It's how many pages? 286.
See, I feel like that's even worse if you're bored and it's a short book. Like, at least if you're bored and it's a long book, you can be like, okay, well, maybe it'll pick up at some point. But if it's a boring short book.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like a not meant for me book. It's cozy. It's cute. It's just not a Vanessa book, you know?
Yeah.
Like I could see myself if I were someone. Actually, I wonder, did Leandra read this? Did she like this?
I don't know.
This feels like a Leandra book, like very cute, cozy. There's not, crazy stuff going on romantically. It just seems like there's a cat in it.
Right.
I don't know. And then I did post this that I'm hoping to film the Smatella announcement today and edit it and put it up so that way you guys can add the October books to your TBR. I'm going to talk about how we're going to like read each of the books that I picked because some of them are very long, like 500 pages. And I know not everybody reads that fast where they could read because Smatella is only going to be a week long in October. But I know not everybody can read like 2 500-page books in a week. It's a-okay. I will talk about how to pick and choose the books that I've selected, but there is a theme and everything. So all that stuff will be in that little announcement video. And obviously you can come read whatever the heck you want. Just know that Smatella does tend to be a little bit more raunchy. So like if you're not someone who reads more like dark romance, because that's kind of the vibe of this particular Smatella, it's much more dark romance because it is spooky season themed-ish. Just kind of go into that, like knowing that. Kiana said, adds God of Malice to TBR. Hello, Pam, late night here, but dropping by to say hi. Hello. Christina's also here. Hello to Vanessa and Neva. Remember to hydrate and like the hug button. See, I can read it easier when Christina puts it because she makes like and hug capitalized.
Yeah, that's how I can read it too when Christina does it. But when people just put it in like and type it normally, like my brain short circuits, and it's no one's fault. It's just my brain. Yeah. But my brain is like, I don't want to read that.
Hello, Stacy and Steph. Happy Monday. I'm working today. Hope you're enjoying the readathon. So far, yes, but that could also be because Team Humans is winning. No, I'm actually enjoying it. It's like a lot of fun because, like, it's obviously Vampire Diaries themed, which I love. And I was just thinking, like, man, I should rewatch this whole series, like from start to spinoff end.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, because it's been a hot minute since I've watched the Vampire Diaries because I've most recently watched uh Legendary, whatever the one with Hope. Legacies. I was like, it's not Legendary. Yes.
There, whatever. Yeah, well, see, because I started season 1, and then I was like, oh, I remember enough of this. I can just pick up where the readathon starts. And then I watched the first episode for the readathon, and I was like, I have no idea what's going on. But
it's some of the questions Nell puts, I'm like, who's that?
It's been a couple of years though since I've like actually sat down and watched Vampire Diaries from beginning to end. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna wait and I'm gonna watch it the tandem watch. Because I have the chart for that, and I've never actually done the tandem watch where you watch like so many episodes of Vampire Diaries and then you watch so many episodes of the originals because they're on the same timeline.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah, and I've always just watched the shows independently because that's how they came out.
Yeah.
And I have watched Legacies, and I liked it fine. I didn't like it as much as
oh yeah, for sure
TVD or the originals. And I actually think this could be blasphemous, but I actually think that I like the originals more than I like TVD. But that could change if I do the tandem watch because maybe it's just I feel like more happens in the originals.
Yeah.
In the one that we get, and in TVD, it's very much like Twilight vibes of them all being like in high school and all that. So I think that's why. It's because I feel like there's just more action in the originals.
Legacies is very like I feel like it's for the people who did watch TVD and the originals, and they're just like, oh, here's some extra.
They want nostalgia. That's what Legacy, or it's for people that have never watched it, like teenagers that have never watched it and they want somewhere to start.
It's not good acting, I'll say that.
But the acting is atrocious. I actually thought when I first watched Legacies, I was like, was this on the CW? Because I didn't watch it when it came out. I actually thought that it was, in fact, a Netflix original because the acting was not good. I was like, did Netflix buy this and then like do this? And then I realized that it was at some point on the CW, and I was like, okay, so we just dropped the ball on this. That's okay. It's fine.
I'm just putting all the hellos up. Also, wow, Courtney, you've never heard of the Vampire Diaries until now?
I feel though, here's the thing. I feel like the Vampire Diaries was in that same space of time where we like everybody got like the Twilight craze and then TVD came out. And I feel like TVD also was like, it was like TVD and like the OC and One Tree Hill, like all of those shows I think ran around the same time because they all ran when I was in high school. I know for a fact because it was definitely like that thing of like everybody would go home and like we'd all watch, and then like the next day we'd come back and like we talk about it, you know, back when we had to watch commercials and you only got like a week of a thing at a time, so you actually watched the recaps, you know. And I feel like all those shows ran at about the same time. I just feel like TVD ran longer because TVD was definitely still running like after I would have graduated.
I think I was into college.
Yeah, so it just ran later, but I feel like they all started at about the same time. And so if you weren't on like that radar at the time, and Pretty Little Liars, because I see Nicole said.
Oh yeah, I was thinking about that
Pretty Little Liars was one that ran at the same time too, because like I was obsessed with. Well, I didn't really watch the OC. I'll be honest.
I didn't either.
I watched TVD.
Oh, 90210. I watched that.
I watched Pretty Little Liars. I watched I did watch One Tree Hill. I watched like a few episodes of the OC. I just didn't care. And then I watched Gossip Girl. Like Gossip Girl was my vibe.
Oh,
like I owned.
I should rewatch that too.
I owned all the books, and I remember even like what they look like, which is why the Magnolia Parks, the new covers, like the traditional covers, I'm like, these are really like Gossip Girl vibes, because like the It Girl is the one that I remember the most. That's the first one, and it was like a blue book, and it was Jenny Humphrey was who was supposed to be on the cover, but it was just her on the cover. And like, I mean, they weren't doing like feet like whatever they did with Jessica Hayes.
I hate that.
I actually only own the first Magnolia Parks book in that cover. And I only own it because I bought it so Ryan could read it, because I don't want him to read my indie copy. But I think I'm going to go on her website and buy all of the...
I just need to read the first to decide if I'm going to buy the series, because right now I'm buying the Zodiac Academy original covers, and that is just expensive.
Right? I think that you would like Magnolia Parks. I don't know if you would like Daisy Hates. I liked both, which is not necessarily a thing that happens. Like, people seem to like one or the other, but you need to read all of the books to follow the timeline.
Yeah.
And I did give Daisy Hates 5 stars, but it took me like 50% before I gave a crap about Daisy Hates. Like Magnolia Parks, I ate up from the beginning.
I see. Yeah, I probably will like it. It's just not one of the books like high on my TBR. So, and I have a few minutes here before I have to hop off, but trying to finish the Caraval series. I'm also on finale, so
I need to start. Listen, I bought so many books last year and then didn't read them, and I bought them all on my Kindle, so they're just sitting in there. And the Caraval series is one of the series that I bought because people say to read that before you read the other series. So it's like, cool, I'm a completionist, I'll read it. And then I think I've read 2 chapters out of Caraval, and then I never picked it back up. And it's not because I didn't want to. I think I got like sidetracked by something else.
And I agree with this, Nicole. Originals, I think, is a little bit darker.
It is.
Except for some of the moments where, I don't think this is in the originals, but the moments where, like, what's his name? Stefan turns off his humanity.
Yeah, that's in TVD, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But they all run on the same timeline. That's the thing. So it's easy to get them mixed up because they're in different places. Like, most of the originals takes place in New Orleans, but they all run on the same timeline. But I'm also a Klaus girly, so I think that's why I prefer
the original cover for which book? What? You talking about Zodiac? Because the original for the book 1, I don't think is printing anymore, but the ones for the rest of the series so far are still out, except like number 6 or something is crazy expensive on Amazon, but half the price at Barnes. So I'm like trying to buy these different books at different places before they all go up to, someone on Pango is already selling that book for like $200. It was like crazy. Oh, Magnolia Parks.
Me personally, I would rather buy it from the author. I actually really like the author, Jessica Hastings. Like, I really like her. So, I just got a job interview. So that's fun.
Last question here. Is Caraval atmospheric? I feel like it is, because when I read it, I actually don't think I listened to it on audio, and I felt very immersed in it. And I either gave it like 4 or like 4.5 stars or something high. But I remember it being very like, you felt like you were in the carnival. Well, it's not really a carnival, but you kind of like, it starts off on like this island, and then they get off the island to go to where Caraval is, and you feel very immersed in it. So yeah, and very lyrical. Yes, I agree.
It looks like I'm getting a part-time job.
That's exciting.
I have a job interview.
So before we hop off, is there anything that you'd like to like advertise or anything for yourself, Neva?
I have sprints tomorrow morning, Mystic sprints tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern. I have to remember. I think they're 8 a.m. Eastern.
Let me check for you.
Which is 7 in the morning for me. They are scheduled for the people that run the spreadsheet.
Oh, maybe. Oh, did you just schedule them? Is that why?
Yeah, I just scheduled them.
Okay, I was like, I don't see you on here. Okay.
I don't schedule in advance because it messes up my algorithm and it doesn't push out new videos, so I don't schedule in advance. But it should be also on the like the readathon spreadsheet.
Gotcha. I think I said I was going to join you.
Come on in. I'll be here all day.
I might.
But that's it, I think. Oh, and then Wednesday I have a Kindle Unlimited video coming out. Other than that, I think that's it.
I just found the link for people. So if you want to click that link, get notified for Neva tomorrow morning. So it's 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just have to remember because I'm backwards now.
Yeah.
Like Katie.
All right. Well, that is all that I have for you. Have to go hop off to a meeting. But thanks for joining us today. And I think there are some more Mystic Sprints going on later today. Like this evening, Brooklyn is streaming at 9 p.m. Eastern. So for you Australians, that's 11 a.m. tomorrow, I guess, technically, or maybe today. I don't know anymore. But thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye.